Hey, Mr. Lee 3PO, you there? You hear me? Get some light on the subject. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. Well, I'm wide awake. I'm like 3 Monster energy drinks today. And there's no damn way I'm going to sleep for a while. So I thought I would kick on the live. I know some of you guys are not on the same time as we are in the U.S., but I'm sure some people are awake in the U.S. as well. It's only midnight. Oh yeah. It was a little bit of a lively show for Mogs tonight. Judging by all the questions that were coming in at the very end, I don't think a lot of people in the chat wanted to end that discussion. It was pretty interesting. I'm trying to convince a guy who has never, really been too interested in Bigfoot and of some of the potential evidence. It's a made that a pretty unique live stream for Mokes tonight, because usually the people that are there are people that are already interested in it. That guy, it was a kind of a weird circumstance how he ended up there, and so that was really cool. How do you convince him? Some of the stuff he was willing to listen, so and discuss it. And it was a pretty interesting part there too, because he had some knowledge of drones, and Pat has some knowledge of drones. That was really made for interesting discussion between them. You got all day, huh? Hello, Blue-Eyed Northern. Welcome. What's up? Aotearoa. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm going to have to get that down. Welcome, Macho Sancho. Can I get an oh yeah? What's up, Blue-Eyed Northern? Welcome, John Hawks. I don't know how long I'm going to go tonight. I just am not the least bit tired, and thought maybe some people would want to talk some more about that show. Go watch it again, huh? So, doesn't sound like he was convinced by the Patterson Gimlin footage, does it? Hello, Explorer with Holy Cowgirl. Yeah, some of these names I don't think were over at Moke's show. Maybe after tonight they might check it out if they're interested in the subject of the unexplained, and maybe come back to my channel as well. This show, I mean, this tonight's just a random stream. I wasn't planning on this. I just here I am, right? The normal show that have started is for those that don't know, is called Lockbeard Phenomena, discussing anything that's high strange, just anything paranormal, unusual, including just unusual ideas amongst humans. The Patterson Gimlin footage, I would think, would be pretty convincing for people that have looked into it quite a bit, knowing that no one's been able to discredit it and or replicate it with the same same technology they had at the time. Now, I mean, really, we'd be focusing on the suit, if that was a suit. Could someone have recreated those images simply by having a good enough suit? I don't know. I mean, if you put a tight enough fur suit on some big lady, maybe that would work. So, I still have a little skepticism about it, but it's pretty convincing. Explore with Holy Cowgirl. Sup, says Mr. Lee 3PO. Everybody saying hi. Witchcraft. What about witchcraft? The there is some. I will say there is some red flags with the Patterson Gimlin footage. With him going to Hollywood and stuff before that. I mean, he went out there specifically looking for Sasquatch. So, what if he really did have motivation to prove it? Yeah, I mean, Patterson went to Hollywood in 1964. Supposedly he visited a musician. But what if something more happened there? What's up, Big Rob? Welcome. Seems I'm not the only one ready to go to sleep. Did anyone have anything they wanted to talk about? I just came on because Moog show. It was pretty interesting, pretty lively. It's going to be it was a more unique amongst these types of shows, with someone getting landing in the live stream who isn't, a, a footer or whatever you want to call people who are interested in the subject. Mr. Lee 3PO says the dogs are up. All hell about to break loose. Well, cool. Hopefully they don't tear your whole house up. So I'm not sure that Schrodinger's cat is, because that was a thought experiment between Schrodinger and Einstein, and I'm not sure how much that really related to the conversation. I mean, the whole idea that the cat's either alive or dead and you don't know until you open the box. Well, okay. But it's just a theoretical thing, quantum mechanics, blah, blah, blah. What we're talking about, actual proof of Sasquatch. I don't know, if he's suggesting that it both does and does not exist until we find proof that satisfies. I forget the guy's name. The guest tonight, Mike, was it? I don't know. Thought maybe Remiel would slide in. Remiel was asking about UFOs. WTF, Mike. I wonder if he's going to start using that drone to look around his acreage for Sasquatch. The whole polar bear thing in the deserts. I don't know if he had a point there. There's plenty of, if he's suggesting that Sasquatch would, being something that's covered in hair is not going to be able to adapt to the heat. I don't know if that holds a whole lot of water. There are plenty of animals that are covered in fur that live in those kind of conditions, and if I'm correct, that Sasquatch, with its morphology, to my eye, is clearly human, and most likely Homo sapiens. Like, it is the most likely the same species as us, and it's just a separate race. it's going to be just as adaptable to a variety of circumstances as we are. Um, I think, Pat's right that it is going to prefer wetter forested environments, but it, clearly has been seen in more arid conditions as well. And I kind of wonder, because a lot of times the cover isn't as great in those conditions. And what if it isn't as prolific in those conditions, but it's seen more because the cover isn't as good? We of course are speculating here. But I think, it's a legitimate speculation. Unlike, I have seen a lot of people in the Bigfoot community have been speculating, well, some just flat out insisting, it seems, that they say Sasquatch is increasing in population. Well, first problem is how do you know that? If we haven't even got one, how do you know how many there are? But secondly, that's not the most likely assumption as to why there would be more sightings. I think it's far more likely that you would, if you have more sightings, it's because humans just keep spreading out. We're roads and houses pushing into the forest and mountains more and more. Cities sprawling. I mean, gosh, the capital city of Oklahoma City, has expanded outside the boundaries of its county. In fact, some of the smaller towns around it have been encircled by the city limits of Oklahoma City, so that the city limits of those smaller towns is completely encompassed inside Oklahoma City limits, and there's Sasquatch sightings in that area. You have the Canadian River and all that, North Canadian River, I think it is. So with us pushing out and building more and more homes and the cities expanding, we're going to be running into them more and more. So that would create a situation where we have more sightings, but then you have these people who are saying no, more sightings means there's increasing numbers of Sasquatch, and I think that's just not that's not what your first assumption should be. It's just not what your first speculation should be under those circumstances. We're taking over everything, and we're going to start seeing more and more wildlife as a result, because we just keep pushing out into the wilderness more. Mr. Lee says you ain't gonna find no Sasquatch with a drone. "5G towers everywhere." Yeah, I'm not happy about that. I'm not sure how much I can say on YouTube in regards to that. It's kind of a touchy subject with the powers that be. But the fact is, some of the frequencies we're talking about, the government has been experimenting with for a long time, and they know damn good and well that it can have negative effects on people, and it can be weaponized. So I'm I'm a little nervous about them putting 5G towers all over the place, claiming that, well, they're not powerful enough to harm humans. Well, how do I know they're not going to set that up so that they can turn the power up? And when you have the beamforming technology where they can target the signal to your, supposedly to your device, well, what's to stop them from targeting it on you? Maybe I'm being a little a little too concerned about that. But I mean, all I know is that the government has proven time and time again that whatever technology they have, you can't trust them not to use it for bad things. They do that. And so yeah. Welcome to the Daily Dan blog. Welcome, Sharon Guy. Daily Dan blog says, yeah, I'm a jackass. I want to kick that guy on Monk's stream in the nards. His nards are on the line. Yeah. And Patrick, Pat is kind of on the skeptical side of the Bigfoot community about some things. So, we had a guy that was way more skeptical than he was. So, I came on, just because it just felt like, there was so many questions at the end, and it seemed like people weren't done with that conversation. I think it could have gone on a lot longer. But it was good. It was good. I mean, for just someone out of, totally different mindset showing up. I think, if people hear about that, there's going to be a lot more people go back and watch the replay on that. Because it's a pretty unique show for the Bigfoot community, because normally we don't get people who are completely outsiders like that. But it was good. It was very good. I just don't think but because he wasn't prepared with enough knowledge to really debate against it, though. There's just too much he doesn't know. I mean, I'm really skeptical, but because of the evidence out there that I've reviewed, I'm fairly certain that they are out there. And I also think it's very possible that they're out there. It seemed like WTF Mike may have felt that in this day and age that it's not possible for them to be out there. But I think it's very possible, especially if, as I mentioned earlier, if they are a race of humans, and fully capable of the same intellect as, but they just live in a primitive fashion. Um, and that was talked about a little bit during Moke's show. Uh, just because they live primitive doesn't mean that they are not capable of great intellect or even possessed thereof. That's why I kind of commented. A lot of times I'll use movie references, so unfortunately, um, it, fall, it, fall, it falls on deaf ears because a lot of people haven't seen the movies and TV shows that I'm referring to, but those who have understand what I'm talking about. In Star Trek 9, Insurrection, there was a planet with this people living on it, and they were living in kind of a not in the woods or anything, but they had houses and they had built a dam and but they were living a non-technological life for the most part, and they appeared on the surface to be pre-space travel, no motors, certainly not warp capable, which is the criteria by which in the Star Trek universe they decide whether or not they are allowed to reveal themselves to a primitive people on a planet somewhere. It appeared they were really primitive, but what it turned out is that they had once traveled the stars, and they decided that just wasn't the best thing for them. And I do think that today a lot of people are starting to learn that this technology does have its negative consequences for us. It can do really good things for us, but it also has side effects. Well, these people in the movie, that's kind of what happened. They figured that out and decided to live a more primitive, simpler life. I also brought up that it's easy for people to forget that even today there are Stone Age people, living out there, uncontacted tribes, and so on. They're fully human, and if we went and grabbed one of their children and taught them our ways and taught them our modern technology, they would most likely be able to function just as the rest of us do normally in our society. But so the assumption that these forest people, the Sasquatch, are primitive in the way that I think WTF Mike might be thinking, it is probably, we shouldn't latch too heavily onto it. Now they might be more primitive, but I think it's also possible that they are fully capable of learning how to use all of our technology if they were brought up in our culture. But the question is would they want to? Would the Baku people on that planet in Star Trek want to? And no, they didn't. They were aware that there were other spacefaring peoples out there. They just didn't want any part of it. They wanted to live their simple life. And maybe Sasquatch is the same way. They watch us driving around in our cars and they watch us build our cities, but maybe culturally they simply do not want any part of it. And that culture may be very deep-seated as a result of thousands of years of living aside humans and anytime one of them gets cornered by a pack of us, we probably killed it in most cases or put it in a cage. So, yeah, I think it's totally possible that they are very intelligent, fully aware of what some of our technology is, and simply don't want anything to do with it. Oh, I don't know, Mr. Lee. Uh, I was watching a live stream last night. This guy. Well, he couldn't seem to latch onto what exactly he thought the moon was. He was, um, you know, claiming he had a lot of weird claims. It was on SOR radio, and then I had some issues with a mod and got blocked. And then the host Dave, I don't know if you watch the show. Dave unblocked me, and then I got blocked again, and I'm just an asshole, apparently. Well, and I was trying to ask the guy a question, and it didn't get asked, and Dave apologized for not asking it because he didn't need to. They're just good at hiding. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The Daily Damn Blog. Oh, come on. What's up, Mike? Is a narrow-minded, know-it-all fucking asshole. Oh my God, he ran my blood pressure. 50 million sightings in 50 years, and he thinks they're all lying. Sheriff Guy says, sorry if I didn't catch him say if he ever saw a Sasquatch / cryptid any kind or has a channel with boars on the ground. Did you not come in? If you didn't come in at the beginning of Mogollon Monsters live stream, apparently YouTube always notifies WTF Mike of Mogollon shows, and so I guess he just decided to pop on tonight. He's totally outside the Bigfoot community. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. So that's what made it a really unique conversation. Just really, he seemed to be a complete outsider. Boots. Missed that one. I'm not sure. Hey, Mogollon, we're talking about your show. Welcome. Yeah, Moats is here. Yeah, Moats, I wasn't remotely ready to go to sleep, so I figured I'd just jump on. A lot of people were dropping questions right there at the end. So I figured a few of them might have a few things to say, and they might have a few. Well, by the looks of it, they have. Well, by the looks of it, a few of them have things to say that were probably best said here than over there, because they're pretty mad, some of them. Boots on the ground, sorry, Librarian. Okay, I understand now. Yeah, that guy is complete outsider to the Bigfoot community, so that's why this conversation tonight was probably completely unique of all the Bigfoot shows that are out there right now, because everybody that comes on all these shows is already in this. They're involved somehow. This guy apparently has no involvement at all. So It was real interesting, especially when Pat started getting wound up. Uh, well, he said he would, Mr. Lee 3PO. Let's hope Pat don't come on and they get in a real battle. Um, but yeah, the polar bear thing. Like, I don't know for sure. You know, I never known to care if polar bears could survive in a zoo in Arizona, but and I'm trying to remember exactly how, because polar bears are not. Uh, I don't think they're a complete separate species from brown bears, and the only reason they're white is because that's what benefits them in that environment to the north. Um, so theoretically, adapting to a more southern range would would not be too far out of the realm of possibility. I could be wrong about that though, but it seems like there is some areas where there's uh, free interbreeding with the brown bears between their ranges, so thinking of a polar bear as something that different may not be accurate. Blue Eyed Northern says Mogs are going to make it to the camp out. I was on a live stream earlier because I've been catching bits and pieces of this was it called Squatch Out, as I recall, and I threw up a suggestion that somebody should get to the campsite early and place a globe at the campsite somewhere. I wonder who knows why I said that. Daily Day Blog says that dude got me so blown up, I'm going to have to smoke a quarter bag to crash. Hey, I mean, this is good though. I mean, there were some things that he had never thought of before that he was exposed to tonight. You know, and I think that's good. I mean, more people need to be thinking. But you know, it may not matter. I mean, for Christ's sakes, the government just admitted uh, UFOs are real, and most of America's like, whatever. B3PO, I'm sure Pat's already trying to get WTF Mike on his show. Man, I don't know. WT Mike, I don't know if you should do that. Sharon Guy, Dan, it's okay. It's all okay. Take a deep breath. Breathe, brother. Oh, man. It didn't get too crazy, though. It could have. Some people might have lost their shit. Um, I can't really comment a lot on it. I don't know anything about drones, but so I really can't comment a lot on that. But but things like Schrodinger's cat, I'm not sure how much that really pertained. Um, I was surprised Pat hasn't really heard. I bet if Pat goes and looks it up, I think he's going to remember. He was probably just a brain fart kind of thing, because most people that have dived into science to at least some degree have heard of that, but I don't think it really pertained as much as Mike might have thought. Welcome, Mark. What did you think of that show? Mogs probably thought he was going to be talking to himself most of the night. All hell almost broke loose. What else do they bring up in that discussion? Sheriff Guy says, we all have questions about what's out in our woods. He will learn soon, but has to have an open mind. If you never saw or heard anything, you don't know. Blue Eyed Northern says he's a big boy. Pat will bring in the whole panel. Well, that'd be a heck of a night. Danny Stanton says the only reason he even knew the cat theory is because he heard Sheldon on Big Bang Theory explain it. That show probably exposed a lot of people to some scientific concepts they never would have thought of or heard of before. Man, I thought most high schools at some point exposed people to Schrodinger's cat, but the reality is I mean, high school students, if they're not interested in science, they just have to sit there. They're gonna immediately forget whatever they were told. Mark Dodman says, was a little confused then a little annoyed. I hoped Mike might have been a little more open. Well, I can see how a lot of people would have a really hard idea accepting that something like that has eluded us this long. But like I've said before, most people haven't given it a lot of thought, and they may not be thinking along the lines like I am, that this is I think most likely, based on the morphological characteristics in videos that seem like they might be legit, described by people, the behaviors that have been described, the Patterson-Gimlin film, the footprint evidence. It looks to me like it's got to be, if it's not Homo sapiens, it's extremely close, which means it's extremely intelligent. It's going to be able to avoid us. And, I think people are thinking it's a dumb ape. I think, people that aren't really into this are thinking it's a dumb ape. Pyromedic, welcome. Says, I would have liked to see the Iron Dog in that fight. Yeah, she didn't show up, did she? I didn't see her. I wasn't paying too much attention to the chat because my vision's not behaving very much, but I'm trying for this. Oak says, I believe his mind was opened a bit more tonight. Yeah, I think so. and he seemed to want to be there and talk. So um, hopefully puts that drone to use, kind of poking around his wooded areas. I mean, he's already set up, right? Mr. Lee says, Mogs, I've been watching your shows over and over. That's where all your viewings are coming from, in my opinion. LOL, no, I have. I feel like I might have missed. Because the way you're all talking, it looks like that maybe a chat didn't come through. We were talking earlier a little bit about this. The chat's not showing up. YouTube is pulling some of them. One happened to me tonight. I put it up, and I suspected it wasn't showing to everybody. And when I jumped over my other account to check, it was shadow banned. I could see it on this account, but no other account could see it. So it was a shadow banned comment, and the only thing that was unusual about that comment was that it was a pretty long comment, all in caps. And I've had that happen to me quite a few times in the past. YouTube seems to have a little bit of an issue with all caps, especially if it's a long comment. And too many emojis, too. That seems to trip it on occasion. It's that damn Google moderator bot thing they got going on. Danny says, oh my God, it's hard to be open-minded when you think you know everything already. Yeah. Well, what's that saying go? I'm going to get it wrong, but the beginning of wisdom is knowing when you don't know. You know, some people don't realize they don't realize they don't know. They don't know enough about something to make a decision about it. That's part of the problem with voting in the United States, by the way, I think. Mr. Lee says WTF Mike was listening, though. Most people don't care to listen. Yeah. Mark says maybe, but I'm not sure how sincere his interest was. Yeah. That is what Mr. Lee is saying. What other points were brought up in that conversation? He seemed pretty dead set on the adaptability to the arid region thing. It seemed like he thought that Sasquatch would need to evolve to be able to survive there, but I think Mogs pointed out that, I mean, humans do it, and if it is the type of human, why couldn't it? I mean, it doesn't even have to be a matter of they move around to different places. It's a temperate region. The United States is a temperate region. It goes from negative temperatures to over 100 throughout the year. So this creature should be able to deal with that. Not everything hibernates like a bear to deal with it, but plenty of creatures do. So there's no reason to assume that Sasquatch can't be plenty at home in an arid region. The 3PO stepping out for a few. Yeah, Mark. I don't know much about drones myself, so I don't have any thoughts about that. Mogollon says WTF Mike is live on another channel right now, and he told that panel what a great time he had. He has a new respect for the subject. Well, that's awesome. Maybe he'll get back on your show. We know he's getting notifications. YouTube bullied him into subscribing. That's a nice change. Yeah, especially, with the whole losing subscribers thing. I've seen this come up over time. A lot of people complaining that they ended up unsubscribed to a channel and they didn't do it. YouTube did it. And there's talks, about YouTube doing this on occasion. Occasionally there's like a big purge. And like I said, they claim that they're trying to control fake accounts, bot accounts, all that stuff. But some suspect that YouTube is trying to target certain subject matter, and maybe Bigfoot is one of the subjects they don't want people talking about. Danny Stated says they've been in this country for thousands of years. They've had time to adapt to any environment we have here. Yeah. I guess I can see where he might have thought he had a point, but I don't think I don't think the point held any water. There's no reason to think that they would need to evolve. I mean, that's assuming that population of Sasquatch hasn't been living there the entire time. It ain't like they recently migrated from the north or anything. Lloyd Northern says, I thought Mogs was very neutral and respectful. Oh yeah. He's always like that. Yeah, Aoterror, that's true. We don't know. We don't know. We really don't know any of this. It's just a intellectual exercise, speculation. But I think Mike needs to keep his mind open and try not to assume too much. Partly because we don't know, but partly because we can observe there are plenty of animals that are able to deal with different temperature ranges. Yeah. Sharon Guy says Mogs handled it like a pro 100%. Moog certainly put a proper perspective on the subject when he said adapted instead of evolve. Yeah. Yeah, they could already be evolved to be able to adapt to multiple habitats, just like humans. Yeah, educated guess. What you would have, huh? Pyromedic says, fell asleep watching a Bigfoot podcast, then I awoke. I had been unsubscribed to 10 Bigfoot channels. That's interesting. Kind of makes you wonder, huh? I mean, 10 of them. Was there any other channels that you were unsubscribed to? They are definitely up to something, I think. Trying to control too much talk about certain subjects. And some of the other subjects I hang around in, they've done the same thing. A lot of the stuff I watch has to do with, Hollywood and movies, TV, the things they're doing to influence the thoughts of people, and that's a whole phenomena of itself, where it looks to me, what I see is a psychological attack. Humans have sat around campfires for many thousands of years, telling stories, singing songs, inspiring the young, teaching lessons. Storytelling is extremely important to our psychology. So if someone tries to mess with that, like they take someone try to teach your children, say you're ancient Greece, Rome, and they're trying to change the stories, what we call mythology now, but they're real heroes, they're real religion. Change Zeus into something else, and Hercules, and it's an attack on those people and their belief system. So I think that there's something like that going on with our movies and TV shows today. And so when people say, well, it's only a movie, well, yes, I understand, but there's a pattern to what they're doing. Certain types of characters are being either killed off or degraded in some way, ridiculed, made to look like idiots. I mean, taken from a hero status to something else. And I think people need to start taking, a lot of people are starting to take notice. They're like, what's exactly is going on? A couple people commented about on my channel, they saw that I had a playlist from the Clerks movie. Kevin Smith did a great job with Clerks. That was awesome. I used to be a fan. Not a fan anymore, with what he's done lately. And the most recent thing is with the He-Man cartoon. Now, I'm not watching cartoons anymore, but when I was a kid, I watched He-Man. It was like one of my favorite things. And he has just it's like he doesn't have a clue what it's supposed to. I mean, for one, He-Man's hardly in it. And I mean, look at some clips from that. You'll probably start to see what I'm saying. I probably don't need to get too much into this. I'll just say I'm no longer a fan of Kevin Smith. No. Aoter Cryptid says, just took just look at sheep. They can be covered in thick wool during summer and remain a constant temperature and don't overheat. Yeah. Yeah, if he's assuming that it's covered in hair, it can't live in the heat, he's wrong. Lots of things do. I better catch up on this chat. Sharon, guy says, Dan, just smoke another one, man. You would have handled it okay. The Squatching Cowboy, hey. Lockbeard just dropped in to say howdy. Gotta go get some sleep. Gotta go see the doctor in the morning. Well, hopefully you have good news. I avoid doctors like the plague. There's been a number of times in my life where the doctors didn't figure out what the hell, and I figured out. I had to fix myself. Like, they'll give you a pill to kill the pain, or an antibiotic to get an infection to go away, but anyway, that's the whole thing. Like, I have to be in bad shape if I go to the doctor. I don't fiddle with them anymore, if I can help it. Aotera, they call it programming for a reason. Yeah. That's exactly what they can do with TV shows and movies. It's exactly what they can do. Sharon says, hope everything's okay at the doctor. Danny says, I found out when you subscribe to too many channels, they unsub you there. There's a limit to how many channels you can join. I was subbed to over 1,000 channels, and every time I joined a new one, lost one. Huh. I don't know if I'll ever get to 1,000 channels. I have to keep, like, on my different, like, I have, different channels on my account, and, like, each channel's kind of, I can sub to the same channel I can sub the Moog's channel from all three of my channels, right? But but all the channels are on one account. All my channels are on one account, so it's kind of weird. Like, they'll call it an account at some place on one of their pages, but it's not a separate account. It is the same account. It's just you can have multiple channels, and so, like, I'll use the different channels to kind of focus on different subjects. So, like, this channel is where, for the most part, all my cryptid and paranormal subscriptions are housed. But if I jump over onto the other channel, my homepage will be populated with different subject matter, because based on what my subscriptions are. So it helps me sort out, like, if I want my YouTube suggestions to be a certain subject, I need to jump on the appropriate channel. But so I'll never get to 1,000 subs, though. Every so often I go through and I'm like, well, I don't watch this. Now, except on this one, like, there's some subs I have on this channel that they're there because they are on because I want to kind of keep track of them, because they're on my TV guide, right? Because every so often I need to jump over, and because sometimes a channel will stop having their show at the regular time. Well, it needs to come off the TV guide. It didn't used to be an issue because I didn't have anything on there that I didn't watch, but since I decided to start sharing it with other people, I had to start. Well, I guess I didn't have to. I just wanted to, because I thought people would find it useful. So I started putting on some of the channels that there's a couple of them on there. I wouldn't recommend to nobody, but to be fair, I list everything that should fit on the TV guide. There's a couple of them on there. No one's asked me about them yet. There's a couple of them on there that probably should be, and I think everybody knows I'm kind of at odds with those channels. They're not on there because I can't confirm that that their show is regularly scheduled, they won't respond to me. And I will gladly put their shows on there if they would talk to me and say, okay, well, because I'll go and try to check to see if the show's on, and it's not on. And I'm like, well, I can't confirm that you have a regular time and I'm not going to go check every week to see, well, okay, they're on, they're usually on at this time. It's just that I happen, they need to reach out to me. Because I'm not going to go back and check again, at least for now. I might in the future, but hey, Brenda, welcome. Yeah, he says 1,000. I didn't know there was a limit. Hello, Sharon from Brenda. Altair says they continually to change the narrative to fit what they want us to perceive because perception is everything. Yeah, they learned that from Adolf, I believe. I don't know if I can even say his last name on here. They might flag it for that. It's so annoying. I remember the days when YouTube you could just say anything. Once upon a time. Sharon says, like, you're right there making these movies for no reason. There is a reason. They're not making these movies for no reason. There is a reason. Yeah. They're trying to program certain ideals into people. And the funny thing is some of this stuff, it's like they're acting like people don't, I don't know if I want to go too much in this. They're acting like people are a way that they actually aren't. It's almost like if I say I don't care about issue A, right? Whatever. Let those people do what they want to do, right? Well, they're acting like I need to it needs to be in front of my mind. Well, it's not in front of my mind. It doesn't affect me. I don't care. You're acting like I'm discriminating against these people, but I don't care. Let's let them do what they want to do. You don't got to beat me over the head with it. It's like I'm mad that the issue isn't an issue, if that makes sense. Different numbers for different people. On Danny's World, it was 1,000. On the Daily Dan log, it was less, way less. Brenda Hay from Mr. Lee 3PO. Leo Terra says, there's a new He-Man on Netflix. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Go. If you remember what it used to be, go watch that. Man. It's like he purposely set out to screw it up. Like I value, because I'm interested in script writing, right? So a well-crafted story is important, but they keep trying to put they're trying to put certain things in there that just don't really belong in there. It's not that I don't care, but I'm just saying it's not part of He-Man, and they're just doing what they're doing. Flat Rock Burger says, what the fuck lost me when he said he has a Duflier drone 4? I don't know what that means. Flat Rock is here. It's like Leo 3PO is excited. Hawk Paranormal, welcome. Well, yeah, seemed like, right there at the end, a lot of people weren't ready to go. Mokes is probably tired. A couple hours, you need to rest. It's work. WTF Mike lost me when he said he has to do, I think I did, for 900. Okay, gotcha. Everybody saying hi. Mr. Lee says, Mogs, that's strange you don't have more subs. I can't understand. Something's fishy. Yeah, they're definitely shaving them off. They're definitely shaving them off. I have 4 channels, but I have a different phone for each channel. There are a few channels like Mogs I follow on all my channels. Are they on different emails? Are they actually separate accounts, or are they 4 channels on the one account? Because I would think that if you, well, I know that like on here, if I jump to a different tab on my laptop and I switch the account on the previous tab, this tab will still show that it's on the other channel, but it's actually switched. So if I refresh, it'll jump over. So I don't know what that would do on a phone situation. If you jumped on YouTube on this phone and then got on the other phone, if it would have automatically kicked it over to the other account. Let's see. Everybody saying hi. Yeah, Flat Rock said it's about people's feelings now, even when it isn't about them. Yeah, it's like they want to force it to be about them or something. I can't. It's just crazy. They have a formula to follow that they think will be successful. Music is the same. It's all bubblegum rubbish these days. Well, it's kind of distressing to me. Like, I already don't want to spend time. Like, I got notes and outlines and stuff for all kinds of story ideas and a lot of stuff. Like, like for Star Wars and Star Trek and all kinds of stuff. You know, I already don't want to flesh out a script because it would take too much time. It'd take a lot of time to do that, and with no guarantee that anyone's going to pick it up, right? But in today's climate, it's almost guaranteed that they won't, unless I include a bunch of their issues in it. And the funny thing is I just don't know how much I want to say about it, but it is like they want to, you know, like some of my characters would seem to fall into some of the categories they want to see represented, right? But it's not presented in a way that I think that they would want to see. They want to see you demean the other group, you know, and supplant the other group, and it's like, come on, you know, like when they're switching characters around, and they, you know, it's they're specifically taking out a certain demographic in a certain character and replacing it with the other demographic, instead of either expanding on existing characters from that other demographic or creating new ones that stand on their own merit in their own right. And then, so someone was complaining about that, who he was like, "Oh, this is like a handout." So, and they get mad because now the people they're trying to cater to are getting mad at them because they're hacked off about it too. It's just because it's all ridiculous. Aotearoa says they have a formula to follow that they think will be successful. Oh, I already read that one. Sorry. Mark says I'm not up with how YouTube works, but would they be saving money if certain channels had less subscribers? You wouldn't think so. That's the thing. That's where it looks like YouTube is trying to control certain narratives, and they don't care if they lose money, which doesn't make any damn sense, but that's what appears to be going on. Danny says totally separate 4 different phones with complete different Oh, okay, so yeah. My channel, Danny's World, July hit 21K subs this week. Excellent. The last Predator, Pyromedic says, the last Predator movie had an 11-foot alien collecting human DNA to hybridize their species. Yeah, that movie is totally an example. And you would think that what's his name, last name Black, would have. I just can't believe they totally screwed. It didn't even make any damn sense. The storytelling, it was ridiculous. I don't even. How do I even begin with that? But they've got to realize they're losing money. Because I haven't had TV for years, and I was going to the movies once a week. I was a weekly movie theater customer. I got so fed up with the movies. All the writing sucks, and it's full of political messaging that doesn't really fit or belong. And so I stopped. I started boycotting the movie theaters 2 years ago. And, is that what they were trying to do? Because that's what they succeeded with me. You got to write a sensible story. It's got to make sense. And don't be destroying the characters that people have been following for decades in some cases. That movie was just horrible. Yeah, I don't know if I want to deep dive into movie analysis on that, but most moviegoers, probably, your average, popcorn buying public just wants to see something on screen. So they're not analyzing movies like I would. They're not thinking about it too much, and I'm probably overthinking it, but that's just what I do. When I'm constructing these stories, these narratives, the characters, their universe, it's got to be it's a finely woven tapestry, and look what they did to Star Wars. Star Wars is what was one of the, when they made these sequels, they kill Han Solo, right? Well, we can't have Han Solo survive. We got to kill him, and of course we're going to make his son kill him, and we're going to make it sound like it's almost legit, And in the end, she saves him in the third movie, and where did that power come from? You got Princess Leia suddenly can fly in space. It's just ridiculousness. Deconstructing everything that's been done. And she turns out to be a Palpatine, but now she's going to call herself Skywalker, and it's just like, what the hell is this crap? The second one, The Last Jedi, of the sequels, because I think it was J.J. Abrams, right? Who did The Force Awakens, and seemed to be trying to start certain arcs, and then uh, uh, Ryan Johnson like completely shut it all down in the second movie. It's almost like he didn't know he was on the second movie of a trilogy, and that little shit. He wants to act like he subverts expectations, but no, that was sloppy. Subverting expectations is a good tool in story writing, but but you have to execute it correctly, and he didn't do it at all. He was just like throwing a ball of mud at the wall and calling it art, you know. AOTRO Cryptid says it's the climate today. The woke and cancel culture and alphabet people all have to be represented. Yeah. I mean, which is, it can be, you know, and like in Star Trek, I mean, they were represented, but they might not be happy with how they're represented. You know, I don't know if you remember the episode where Riker, they went to a planet, this entire planet has no gender, and Riker meets the one, you know, apparently occasionally someone identifies as either male or female. Riker meets the female. And so, you know, isn't that making people think? But I think it, you know, I mean, no one complained at the time. It wasn't, we weren't being inundated with this crap at the time. I think it was a good message, though, because it was kind of, you know what it was hinting at, you know, people wanting to, you know, train, or I can't remember the term they used for it, you know, people that to be, you know, straight instead of gay. This was the total reverse of that, kind of. So it's always been there. I mean, you remember, you know, the first interracial kiss in the original series, and it's always been there, but not like it is today. Today, you know, they like to, they throw away around the word toxic all the time. This is kind of a toxic. It's hard to explain, but I think you see what I'm seeing. The alphabet people have to be represented. I mean, yeah, I mean, because for fuck's sake, in my Star Wars stuff, I have an entire race of transgender people. It's not, but and it's not. It doesn't even have to be. It has nothing to do with being woke. It's just that I think that as we go out into the universe, we're going to find a wide variety of different kinds of things out there. And most of the races in Star Trek seem to be pretty standard. They're just humans with wrinkles on their head, and they have basically the same kind of breeding structure as humans. Occasionally they diverge, but it's not varied enough. And the reality is as we go out in the universe, we're probably going to run across stuff that we can't even imagine. You know, so to me, that transgender species, the entire species is really just tame. It's not even remotely remarkable. If you remember Alien Nation, that TV show Alien Nation, where they had a trigender species. Now that was thinking pretty far out the box, I think, at the time, and you know, pretty interesting. Trying to think about how that would even evolve. I don't know. Bubblegum culture. Luther says, you have to remember, YouTube is $1 billion company. Twitter and Bookface are the same. Money makes money. When you control the narrative, they can ban the then president. Yeah, that was all messed up, wasn't it? Mr. Lee says, I remember going to the cinemas and seeing Running Man with my sister, and she was shocked. Danny says, laughing my fucking ass off. The last time I was in a theater was to see Talladega Nights. Oh my gosh. Disney is the real evil empire. Yeah. They've lost their way. You, you know, most people, like I said, most people aren't thinking about this stuff. I don't know if you ever saw the interview where I can't remember who was interviewing it, but it was Kathleen Kennedy and oh, now I know him, George Lucas. I'm losing names. Um, and she was the stuff. I think most people could look at her as she was talking and tell she was lying her ass off. Like she said specifically, um, we're going to work to protect the characters that you created. Well, when she said that, I knew that she meant exactly the opposite. She was giving herself away. You know, I'm not good at saying what I'm meaning, but I think you probably understand what I mean. Um, when someone says the opposite of what they actually plan to do, and that's exactly what she did. Um, she might as well just told us we're going to destroy the characters that you created. What she did, she they killed Han Solo, um, and scrambled the whole universe, and then killed Luke, and then just everything he made was destroyed. And then she said, what did she say about the book? She was saying that unlike other franchises, they don't have a bunch of books to draw on, but that was complete bullshit. There's tons of books. There's lots of books. She was just trying to set up in the minds of people her reason for going her own direction rather than, basing some of it off of existing material. Prometheus, that's another example of one, Mr. Lee, where why the hell, I'm not even going to, yeah, they, like, that shit didn't even make any sense, Mr. Lee. You're like, man, like, they had set up the aliens, look like this, a perfectly legit life cycle, some terrible alien species that had evolved somewhere, and then they turn it into this, and it was weird because the things look different, and I don't know, it's just, I'm not sure what the hell they were trying to do there, but it instead of enlightening us to understanding a little bit more about the universe, it just kind of scrambled things even worse. I thought, like, it just wasn't. It didn't seem to make sense what they were portraying there. Yeah, the worst movie ever. To this day, I haven't finished watching that dribble. Yeah, because I usually, especially now, but back when The Force Awakens came out, I tend to go ahead and watch some kind of reviews early, but I saw spoiler reviews for The Force Awakens and the synopsis of the movie and stuff, and kind of that's the only way I really in clips, and that's pretty much how I've consumed The Force Awakens. I haven't sat down and watched The Force Awakens. I decided based on what I'd seen that I'm not going to reward this shit and watch it. Well, I had a weak moment when The Last Jedi came out. I was like, yeah, I really want to see a movie, and so I'll just go ahead and go check this out. Jesus, man, it was garbage. And when you look at Ryan Johnson's face, you just want to smack him. That look on his face. It's just, you could tell he thought he was cute. You know. His last movie Mark saw was Exorcist at a drive-in, 1975. I got crap my duds. That's a long time ago. I mean, you haven't seen a movie in decades. Good night. Oh, it's almost 3 a.m. here. Well, good night, Danny. Yeah, Mr. Lee. It was a long time. I'm as old as 30, says. Oh, good night, Mogollon. No, thank you. Moog, sweet dreams, fella, from Mr. Lee. Good night, good night. Hopefully we see another lively debate with WTF Mike. I'm speaking, Mr. Lee. I don't even know. Are we by ourselves now? How many people are in here? Because I don't think I can see it. Speak, he says. Yeah, it's getting. We've been on here almost an hour, Mr. Lee. You got all day, you said, huh? Yeah. Well, hopefully Mike goes and looks at some material and his wheels get to turning. You know, it's a good exercise, and because people in the Bigfoot community need that challenge, because so many people are latching on to some pretty wacky stuff with no evidence, and just believing things out of hand, believing accounts out of hand. I think I've said before, I don't just believe a person's account out of hand. They may totally believe they saw what they thought they saw, but maybe they were mistaken. Someone sees lights in the woods, maybe they had a stroke, I mean maybe, who knows? I mean, it happens all the time. It doesn't mean someone's, dumb or anything. It just means that people can make mistakes, and your eyes can play tricks on you, your mind can play tricks on you. Sharon says, good night, guys. I got a long weekend. Thanks, Lockbeard, and all the chat. It's been fun. Good night, Sharon. Thanks for coming. I don't know, Mr. Lee. I don't know. I might have to shut her down if I start getting tired. It is pretty late here. Oh, Pyromatic. I am the closest town. Well, technically, I don't remember the name. It's a little tiny town over here, but on the other side, that way. But the Muskogee is the closest town. I'm out on a farm. Pretty wooded area near Arkansas River, but west of Muskogee. Gonna get some cigarettes, huh? You leaving Flat Rock? Oh, good night. Thanks for coming. Hey, you've been lurking, huh? Mark says, I honestly believe most people who have had an encounter try to debunk what they have seen before they accept they may have seen a Bigfoot. I don't think Mike extended that level of acceptance. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's starting from scratch, so he might his perception may evolve if he keeps, especially he keeps coming on Moog's show. He's gonna keep getting hit with it, and he's a glutton for punishment. And Pat was taking him to task, and Patrick Vaughn's encounter story has some pretty wild stuff to it, and so that's going to be really hard for an outsider to take in. So hopefully he starts to consider things beyond what he has before. You have family in Muskogee, Pyro? Yeah, this is my brother's farm where I'm at. Most of my family's over on the other side of Oklahoma City, though. Mark says, Mogs gave him some good advice to visit other channels which share encounters. Hope he does, Lockbeard. Yeah. I mean, they may have created a monster. He might become obsessed. I think some people are obsessed with the subject. It seems to consume some people when they see one. So, yeah. I mean, what I saw when I was a kid, I still don't know what it was, but it didn't, I don't think it consumed me. I always liked, monsters type stuff, I don't even remember when that started. It was just when I was really little. I liked, dinosaurs and, Loch Ness Monster, and werewolves, and vampire, all that stuff. So I don't think my sighting affected me really. I just didn't know what it was. I don't remember if I told the adults. It's such a old faded memory anyway. And I haven't seen anything since, despite spending lots and lots of time out in the woods, up in the mountains. But I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking for them. I was doing other stuff. Pyro says, need to check out the area by the dam. There's a park out there that people have spray painted trees saying Bigfoot's lair, pointing to a cave, and have had friends run out of there. Really? You think it's possible that they were run out of there by people, though? I mean, maybe there's some squatters out there that don't want others around. or did they actually see Sasquatch? When they say they were run out, were they run out by things being thrown at them, or uh, vocalizations, or I mean, did they actually see a Sasquatch or other cryptid, or um, I mean, I imagine it's very possible they're out here where I'm at. I mean, this is mostly all woods. There's a few pasture areas, but it's mostly woods. Arkansas River um, coming through. It's just perfect, by all accounts, perfect Squatch habitat. Hey, Bobby, thanks for coming in. She says, just popping in, fell asleep and saw that you're on. Loving your channel. I haven't seen a Sasquatch yet, but my sister has heard them screaming on our parents' property in western Ohio. Cool. You want to see one? Seems like a lot of people say they wish they never saw them. So I wonder if that's something we should want. I mean, I want to see them. You know, I think if they're there, I think it'd be good for them to be known. I mean, because I think it'd be easier to protect habitat in the forests if there was found to be a people that depended on that land to survive. It's where they lived, and that we had encroached upon yet another people. And maybe we should try to slow down a little bit, stop the urban sprawl, stop paving over everything. Pyro says, heavy breathing, something coming down the bluff where they were fishing. They hoped it was a bear. They were hoping for a bear, huh? Well, we only have black bear around here, which are really not much to worry about. I would be, if there was grizzlies around here, I would definitely be armed. But because the worst we got to deal with is cougars and black bear. I don't worry at all about being unarmed in the woods. The worst thing I worry about, I don't want to cross people, because people are dangerous. Hogs, they're starting to be a concern, but I haven't had an issue. I've see them around a little bit, but I haven't had an issue. I guess not until I do, right? But Bobby says, was driving in western North Carolina with my daughter. She said there might be a Bigfoot run across the road. My granddaughter said, if you see one, don't tell me. Yeah, some people don't want to know. I want to know everything, so that's my problem. There's so many things I've tried to learn and know about, and that is the all-consuming thing for me. And so it's why I didn't want to leave college. I just kept taking more and more classes and learning different subjects and just trying to figure everything out. So yeah, I want to see a Sasquatch, and anything else that's out there. I want to know what's out there. But I don't want them to be put in danger, though. I think that everything has a right to be here. Humans just think that we can just take everything and it's all ours, and I don't think that. I think, well, I mean, for one, we depend on that ecosystem. If we keep tearing it apart, eventually it may not be able to sustain us. But also we're destroying the natural beauty of our world. So, I just don't understand why some people just think it's perfectly okay for us to continue to spread out and take over every corner of the planet. I just, I can't jump on my horse and just ride, right? I'm going to run into a fence pretty quickly, or a road. I mean, there's just no place to go. If I wanted to go find some land outside this government, it's not there. It don't exist, because I leave this government and I go into another government. There's no true frontier. There's no open land. There's no place where I can truly go to be free. Even if I went to Antarctica, the world powers have signed a treaty saying that no one can claim any more land down there. So in effect, the world government, if you want to call it that, because they're all acting together, right? Doesn't that constitute some level of world government? All these major powers have decided that no one can claim any land in Antarctica. So in effect, they do control it. So I can't go down there and found a tribe of penguin hunters or something and try to live completely free. Now, that's a whole ball of wax on there. What is in Antarctica? Now, why would they want to keep it under their control to some extent? Now, I think resources is certainly on their mind. Like, there's bound to be all kinds of mineral resources down there, possibly oil, under the ice, and they don't want some new country forming down there. And I mean, I think it's very possible that a new country could form in Antarctica and begin to trade in those resources if they are able to access them. But I also think that there is probably some archaeological things down there that they don't want us to be aware of. And that's a whole nother thing right there. Just like your average normie out there isn't aware of hardly any evidence of Bigfoot, most people are hardly aware of the evidence. And there's really It's almost irrefutable, I think, at this point that there was once thousands of years ago an advanced worldwide culture, uh, and that it's very likely that um, they left their mark on Antarctica, or maybe even had a city or two down there, and maybe something of their technology was left behind. It's hard to say what they had or how much has been confiscated over the years, because a lot of people think they hide a lot of stuff that's been found. But I mean, you have to ask yourself, all these megalithic structures, how did they get built by supposedly, Bronze Age people? Something don't add up there. Ranger Creek, is that where it's at, Pyro? I'm not really too horribly familiar with stuff around here. I've only been here, like you. Usually I just visit down here, but I'm kind of staying here at the moment, trying to figure out what to do. With recent events, I've kind of I don't know what to do. Um, it's been a crazy time. Um, I hope to maybe find some, like, a job I actually like, and try to, maybe get back into the environmental end of things. Um, but we'll see. Just with the way they screwed up our world last year, and the destabilization of our economy, businesses shut down, and we're already seeing inflation of a lot of products. It's just a mess. So for me, like, work has been an issue, and finding what I need, what I really want to do. I certainly don't want to go back to my former employer, which, they laid everybody off before the beer bug came about. Well, they didn't lay everybody off. They laid everybody off in my position, and they tried to get me to come back, and I told them no. But it's just been a mess. So I'm just kind of pausing here and seeing what comes about. Out here in the woods, nobody's bothered me for the most part. So, but yeah, I'm not very familiar with all the creeks and stuff around Muskogee, because I just haven't really explored this area much. I don't know too much about the local Bigfoot sightings right here. Up there where I was, around Grove, Oklahoma, been a little bit. There's Jay. Jay seems to get some action. There was one story that somebody videoed this This is an older Indian fella, uh, somewhere near Oklahoma, and what he saw was, he said it was gray. And he saw it chasing a deer, and then the deer and the Sasquatch went out of sight, and he heard a thump, and he heard the deer scream. So that's pretty clear cut hunting right there for the people that think Sasquatch doesn't like meat. I don't remember that guy's name. There was a guy that was trying to put the theory out that he was trying to claim that they don't eat meat. Like, they don't hold water with the sightings, you know. I mean, where do you get that information? How do you know they don't eat meat? But you know, you have people witnessing hunting behavior and Sasquatch stealing meat, stealing downed deer. I think it's pretty clear, based on at least the eyewitness accounts, that they eat meat. So what information is he think he's going on, you know, to make that claim? It don't make any sense. And if I'm correct that they are the same species as us, well, that just supports it further. That's a whole other subject, you know, because the reason why I say that is because humans are specifically designed to eat meat, a lot of meat, almost entirely meat. People haven't been taught that, though. They've been taught this whole other, you know, people were taught that damn food pyramid, which is an instruction manual of how to kill a person real slow. And you know, they actually believe very strongly that we need vegetables to be healthy. Well, no. And in fact, when I go on to, you know, like Daily Dam talks about his keto sometimes, strictly keto, or a lot of the time I try to stick to just 100% meat, fatty red meat. Feel a lot better, energy's better, can think better, blood sugar levels out, autoimmune symptoms go away. There's just so many things that just improve. And it's because the other foods are poisonous. You know, even something like broccoli or spinach, people have been taught it's like a super healthy food. Well, no, it's not. And that'd be a lot to go in. But the point is because going off of what I've learned about that and my assessment that Sasquatch appears morphologically to be so close to human that it's almost certainly Homo sapiens, which means it's also going to be adapted to that meat eating nature, that very carnivorous nature, with some fruit. You know, it's just, you shouldn't eat it all the time, but just when it's the season. You know, just like in nature, you know, there weren't trucks shipping, apples to Paleolithic cultures year round. You ate fruit when it was ripe on a tree, end of story, or the bush. Now, there might be different fruits during different times of growing season, but, and there's some stuff that goes into that, looking at something like blueberries, which seems to have positive benefits on like blood sugar issues. And can't remember what the mechanism behind that was, but you look at something like broccoli. Well, I mean, it's got toxins natural toxins in it. It doesn't want you to eat the fruit. The tree wants you to eat the fruit, drop the seed somewhere. The brassicas don't want you eating their flower before it even opens, which is what broccoli is, and there's toxins in that that aren't good for you. The very same substance that they claim is good for um, fighting cancer, but the problem is it's kind of like chemo, right? You give someone chemo, it'll attack the cancer, but the chemo also messes you up. You got cancer, your doctor, cuts on you or poisons you or irradiates you in hopes that the cancer dies before you do. Um, so that whole broccoli thing, don't you eat a little bit. It's not gonna kill you, but just be careful about what some of the things they've told us. Like spinach. Spinach is high in oxalates, and that can cause stones. And that's why it's gritty. When you eat it, it's not good for you. They tell you fiber is good for you, but I could pull you up a study right now showing that fiber doesn't necessarily do what they claim it does, and you certainly don't need it. You do not need fiber at all. That's just a complete load of shit. But that's a subject kind of off. But the point is I think Bigfoot, if it's real, is going to be of a similar dietary requirement as us. Mark says, my family raised sheep and beef for their meat, grew their own vegetables, and even honey. People take supplements these days. Yeah. I used to take a lot of supplements, especially, around the gym and all that stuff. And there's always a new supplement. And but in nature, we didn't need supplements. We just ate what we're supposed to eat. But the same event, see, there's something went horribly wrong for us, right? Because, and it's the same thing with that ancient civilization that I was talking about earlier. They came to an end for a reason. The planet got hit by a big freaking rock. It's called the Younger Dryas impact. It destroyed that civilization pretty much. And it also wiped out 160 species of megafauna. It was our main food source. We were eating the biggest, fattiest, red-meated animals on the planet. We were specialized at killing them. There's all those spear points that we made. That's what we were doing, and all that stuff got killed, and or most. I mean, we still have things like elephants and stuff, but the woolly mammoths are gone, and the rhinoceros, and the giant sloths, and the bigger species of bears that existed. All kinds of stuff got wiped out, and I would guess that even though deer survived, white-tailed deer would have been at very low populations for a while because that major astronomical impact screwed the planet up. Humans were forced to try and live on whatever they could, and then next thing you know, somebody was growing something and purposely farming. Next thing you know, we got agriculture. We call it the agricultural revolution now. I think it was more of a desperate attempt to survive on whatever we could. We were forced to start eating plants, when most of the meat was gone. And we just kind of stuck with it, I think. And now it's we seem to think it's something that we should do, and I just don't think it is. And I used to be an avid gardener. I gardened every year, and I hardly ever garden at all anymore. Um, you know, just a lot of the time I just eat nothing but meat. So, and it seems like you get used to it. You just gotta go through a time of adaptation because you've been used to eating what you've been eating your whole life, and getting rid of the myths. Like um, some people ask, well, where do you get your vitamin C? Well, raw meat has vitamin C in it. The reason why um, we kind of need to get more and take those supplements is because we cook the crap out of all our meat. So, but humans today are kind of grossed out by eating raw meat. Most people are. Or very rare steak. I just have my steak cooked really rare. And that's good enough. I just like a really quick sear, but for the most part, it's a rare steak, and that steak has vitamin C in it. It's just that, as I recall, they assumed there was no vitamin C, and that's what we see. That's what we're told, But it has it in there. It's in there, and the carbohydrates in the diet it competes with the vitamin C absorption. So if you're eating things other than meat that have carbs in them, you have to take in more vitamin C to try and make sure you get enough. So you combine those things, and you got a problem with some deficiency. So you're trying to get more in. My son-in-law supplies much of our protein, and I still like to grow my own veggies, but I really do love my meats. Yeah, and they're probably they're going to try, and they're trying to find whatever angle they can to force people to stop eating meat. Though, I think you've probably noticed some of the stuff. They want to make these artificial meat. These vegans are kind of funny because they're like, you're not supposed to eat meat, but then they'll take a perfectly good pile of soybeans and turn it into an imitation burger. Well, if you're not supposed to eat meat, why do you want a burger at all? Why are you trying to replicate meat with plants if we're not supposed to eat meat? They don't make any sense. What's this tofu crap you're making? And you're trying to pretend it's chicken. Well, that's not what humans are supposed to eat. Why are you replicating it? It doesn't make any sense. There's something not right here. And then, of course, they're trying to make it where it's harder for people to raise meat. They want to regulate, the whole greenhouse gas thing. Don't get me started on that. My degree is environmental, and I'm just going to say, don't jump on the man-made global warming bandwagon. There's something else going on there. They're not being honest, and they're using it to make these regulations and take more control of things. Wanting to tax methane emissions from cows. Who thought of that ridiculous crap? They're trying to act like our cattle operations are somehow having an impact when, like I said, there were 160 species of megafauna, gigantic hairy elephants who I guarantee you were outgassing a lot more than these cows. there's not a problem with the cow farts. Okay, there just isn't. Um, Hell, the insects are putting out more gas than them cows. I love a plant-based burger. The cow eats grass and I eat the cow. Exactly how it should be. Bobby says it's a power thing. Yeah. Yeah. Um, they, they come up with a lot of, because my, you know, of course the subject came up in my environmental courses here and there, because not all of them have to do with that. And they talk about it as if it's a fact that we are creating this huge problem. And we're creating problems, don't get me wrong. I was talking earlier about habitat destruction, and of course we emit toxins and stuff, and we should try to stop doing that stuff. But this whole global warming thing is there's some, follow the money. Just follow the money, watch the regulations. So this is a problem, because some environmental regulations make sense. Some of the things we're trying to do make sense, but other things are just utterly ridiculous. And of course, a lot of people are being hurt by it. Businesses are being hurt by it because they're being forced to do all this stuff, and it costs a bunch of money to stay in business. And people, I think a lot of them are instinctually feeling like there's something wrong with some of this stuff, and so I think they're hurting the legitimate environmental concerns and our efforts there by bringing up this bullshit over here. Not that our CO2 is having zero impact. I'm not going to say that necessarily. I'm just saying it's very small compared to what they're claiming. If you listen to them 20 years ago, you'd think Florida would be completely underwater at this point. And Florida is doing just fine. It's still there. So I don't know. There's no way to fix that, I guess. We're not power. No matter what we say, they're not going to stop. Everyone is aware, I think. Well, maybe not everybody. Some people have probably bought into the bullshit. And look, last year's election, I don't have a dog in the race really, but we all saw what happened. Come on. No matter which side you're on, they cheated. There was totally cheating. Come on. But like I said, to whatever, but it's in the open, is what I'm saying, and people know. But nothing's going to happen. Nobody's going to go to jail. So we're completely helpless here, I think. Hey, excellent news, huh, Mr. Lee? I just bought a sorry arse looking chicken, no steak. And I'm convinced the only reason we're eating chicken now is because all this megafauna got killed off. Because one thing I noticed especially when I was eating strictly carnivore for I think I went 6 months straight, nothing that wasn't from an animal. So that includes some cheese, sour cream. So it was all animal-based fats and proteins. One thing I noticed is that chicken and pork were I still like them, but they're just nowhere near as just like they're just it's almost like I could tell that they were um, just lower quality meat, like they weren't really what we were made to eat. And I think it's well. I mean, just take a look. I mean, you can't eat raw chicken. You can't eat a rare chicken, and you can't eat rare pork. It's dangerous. You can get sick. And steak is no problem. You can eat that just fine. And fish, sushi. People eat raw. We're able to do those, but I really think that in natural circumstances, humans typically wouldn't have bothered eating or chasing around pigs or chickens. They would have been, look, stop playing around with these little things. Get your spear. Let's kill a fucking mastodon. And we'll camp out around it and eat for a month. It's got a lot of fat on it. It's got a nice big juicy brain we can munch on. Lots of marrow. They ate all that stuff. So, I mean, I still eat chicken some, but I mean, I noticed that it was less appetizing. So I think we're not really supposed to eat it. Farting feathers. Well, hopefully they plucked it before they cooked it for him. So the elephants caused the last ice age with their farts. No! No, but you talk to these people, you think that they did, though, huh? I don't know, man. I think they're hurting the environmental movement because of the stupid shit. And it goes beyond like the global warming stuff. Like there was a guy who had plowed out a trench on his land, and of course it held water. And then here comes some waterfowl and some aquatic plants started growing. And then sometime later, he wanted to fill in this trench. It's a man-made trench. He was told he couldn't do it because it is now considered a wetland. Well, when you do that kind of shit to people are going to get a bad taste in their mouth when it comes to environmental issues. There was a case where this guy's land had been declared a wetland, and it's like someone didn't actually go out and survey the place to see, oh, this is a wetland. It wasn't a wetland. It just clearly wasn't a wetland. So again, it puts a bad taste in people's mouths, and it's hindering our ability to do the things we should do to mitigate our impact on our natural world. But it's all about money, I think. I don't think the government actually gives a shit. That's just their excuse for what they do. You never had a Kentucky Fried Chicken? Let me tell you something. Every time I get a hankering for some fried chicken and I go over there and I get some of that crap, I regret it after about 2 bites. And of course now I don't even know if I ever want to eat chicken again because of some other problem. And I don't even know what the hell is going on with this. Some people are saying that the freaking beer bug last year causes this crap, but I don't know. All I know is that some foods have a strange taste to me now. Like a chemical taste or something. I first noticed it real early this year, I guess. Or at least the first time I remember, because maybe it happened before and I just forgot. But it was Taco Bell, and it was the lettuce. So it has this chemical taste to it. So I stopped ordering. If I went there to eat, I'd always tell them to leave the lettuce off, and I was telling them, I was like, "Look, there's something wrong with your freaking lettuce." But then I noticed it at other restaurants as well. The lettuce had some kind of funky taste. So I'm thinking, because I used to work at a place that made, shredded lettuce, and they, to keep it from turning brown, they'd put some chemical. And anyway, I thought maybe they were using some new chemical. I don't know. So, but I've started to notice this taste in chicken now. Not every time, but here in the last few months, this taste is this. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to eat it anymore. The farm fresh eggs here, that taste is been in them, and it seemed to just increase. And to the point that I don't want the eggs anymore. Now, I haven't had a store-bought egg since then. I probably need to try some and see, if it's in them too. But if it's some kind of, because I had a speculation that maybe this was not from the beer bug. It was that they're putting some kind of new additive in some of the foods or something. But it doesn't make sense if it's the eggs from this farm. So what's going on? We will all probably drown soon or burn to death. Our environment is done for. It might be just trying to burn us out. Yeah, yeah, and I tried some like head lettuce and just a bite, but I didn't get that taste off the head lettuce. So that would seem to support my thought that it was the chemicals. But why the farm fresh eggs? And I had some like fresh cut potato chips at a restaurant a while back, and they had the taste in them. So I'm just, what is going on? Yeah, I mean everybody should. It's not really that hard to, because I mean if you just have like 6 hens or something, just get 6 hens, and they don't need much space. You don't need to build a big freaking hen house necessarily. I mean, it kind of depends on a lot of things. If you got predators around, or do you need to build a whole pen? If you can free range them, but it depends on where you're living. But yeah, chickens will drop eggs for you on very little space a lot of the time. Now, these chickens here, they free range some of the time, and we're out here by the woods. There's bobcats, foxes, coyotes, probably some cougar. But the dogs, the livestock guardian dogs, so they keep everything at bay. Like where I lived at on the north end of Grand Lake, I would have had to have some dogs there because the freaking raccoons were just insane on the chickens. Mark says, might be what the chickens are being fed, and chemicals to keep the pests from the potatoes, maybe. I don't know. mean, they get some feed, but a lot of times they're free ranging, so I don't know. Maybe it's the food. I don't know. Yeah. I keep doing live streams out here. Y'all might hear the coyotes at some point. Most nights they start raising hell, and then the dogs start raising hell back, telling them to shut up. Mr. Lee says, everything is so processed, man. Hidden sugar, water, and chemicals, supermarket foods. Anyway, the nutritional advice we get from doctors is all wrong. No wonder there is a diabetic epidemic. Yeah. And then once you get it, like the treatments, like they'll control it, but that makes the disease worse. The best thing they can do is just stop eating what caused it. And what caused it was all the carbs. Humans aren't supposed to eat a bunch of carbs all the time. There's not that like your system's made to deal with carbs on occasion. The rare fruit. But not all the time. It's like it breaks your system down. It wears it out, and then it becomes unable to properly regulate your blood sugar because you overused it and just wore it down. And so the best thing you can do is to, depending on how bad your condition is ease into a zero carb diet. Zero. There might be some people who that won't work because they're just too screwed up. But with my blood sugar, that works great. It's like there's not even a problem anymore. Because I guess with what's going on with me is I eat carbs, and then my system overreacts, and then my blood sugar bottoms out, and that's not good. It gets way too low. Well, if I don't eat carbs, it doesn't do that. It just because your body naturally makes people think you don't need carbs. Your body makes the exact amount you need through the process called gluconeogenesis, and you just eat fatty red meat, and you're going to be fine. You don't need anything else. Just the only reason you would eat anything but meat is if you eat all your meat fully cooked, then all the vitamin C has been, or most of it's been destroyed, so you'll need to supplement vitamin C. Humans aren't supposed to eat cooked meat all the time. I'd almost argue that we're not really designed to eat it cooked at all. Like, we didn't. That was something that I think, because the thing I was saying about chicken and pigs earlier is I think that humans started having to cook what meat was available, and we've gotten into the habit of just cooking stuff all the time, and we're not really supposed to. Now, we have probably some adaptation to it, but because we've been doing it for a while, but not to the point where we can just eat cooked meat all the time and think we're going to be all right. So you're going to have to get the vitamin C somewhere. Yeah, no carbs and sugar, they're bad. Yep. Like I used to eat just a huge piles of pasta. Even when I was a kid, I would cut up an obscene amount of potatoes and fry up this huge pile of fried potatoes and onions and just eat it. And then, like, I used to go. Someone should have stopped me because this is probably. I mean, it started when I was young. I used to like and go and grab a box of cake mix from the kitchen and a spoon and keep it in my room, and I'd just sit there and eat the cake mix dry. There was a long period of time where I was drinking a 2 liter of pop every night. It's no wonder my blood sugars messed up. I freaking killed it. I mean, I wish I knew back then what I know now. I just, but, we all got to learn at some point, I guess. Yes, it is, Mr. Lee. I mean, it's absolutely necessary. They spent so many years demonizing it, too. See, it's like everything they told us is almost like the exact opposite of what the truth was. In fact, somebody made like a documentary called "A Big Fat Lie" that goes into that, and who was behind it, and the sugar industry, and because as you probably know, the fat wasn't what was making people fat. It was the carbs, it was the sugars, it was the pastas, it was the bread, it was the pop. Because your body responds hormonally to that stuff. Because in the wild, I guess try to tie this together. In the wild, when you'd find fruit, it would be all the fruits ripening at the same time, right? Of a particular fruit. So you would eat a bunch of it, and your system goes into a kind of a fat storage mode. Now, fat for a Paleolithic person would be skinny by our standards, but they needed to put on some fat, and that's when they put on fat was when they found a bunch of carbs, and they would eat a bunch of them. That's also why when you eat carbs, you eat more food, because when that fruit's there, your system wants you to eat as much as possible. So there's a hormonal response that makes you hungry and makes you eat all that fruit. And then you put on some fat. But now we figured out how to make some carbs that sugar that fruit wishes it was the fat storage powerhouse. This crap, processed flour, processed sugar, that's what's making people fat. It creates it's a hormonal response, and but they were trying to tell people fat was what was making them fat. No. Now, if you eat, a pile of toast, because there's your carbs, putting you in fat storage mode, with a bunch of butter on it, well, yeah, you're in fat storage mode, so your body's going to take that fat and want to store it too. But it wasn't the butter that did it. And see, I did it at work. People were looking at me doing this all meat stuff, and they were like, "You're crazy," and your cholesterol is going to go through the roof. So what I did was I said, "Okay, look, every day in front of all you people, I'm going to eat a stick of butter like a candy bar." I did it for 5 weeks the first time, and 3 weeks the next year, leading up to an employee health checkup. And both times they were because I showed them my report and my numbers. Everything was either the same or improved. Cholesterol. Eating butter does not cause you harm unless you're combining it with carbs, and then the carbs are the problem. And fasting, yeah, I've done a lot of. In fact, I pretty much do that every day really now, as far as it's 23 hours because I eat once a day now. But we were always told you need to eat 3 squares, or if you're around the gym, like, well, you need to eat 5 or 6 meals a day and keep your body, try to make your muscle grow, right? And it's not that it doesn't work, it's just that every time you eat, you're spiking your blood sugar, you're screwed. It's not good for you. And it seems that your digestive system needs a rest too. Um, Now I've never fasted over 2 days, but there seems to be a lot of evidence that longer term fasting is really good for you. Apparently, it'll starve out cancer. So if you know anyone that their doctor said, you know what, we can't help you. But I mean, a lot of those people stop eating anyway, so it kind of makes you wonder if the body's last ditch effort to make you do what you need to do and stop feeding the cancer. But by then it's too late. The doctor's already messed you up with their treatment methods and they failed. So your immune system's suppressed. Your body's in no condition to deal with it and fast and so that if I ever get diagnosed with cancer, that's exactly what I'm going to do based on what I've learned. I'm just going to stop eating. And there's no danger of me starving to death for a while, but the cancer can be starved out, and the body will start looking for whatever resources it's got inside it, which is fat stores, and then it's going to be defective cells. Well, cancer's defective cells, and it'll tear that cancer apart. Cancer's allowed to flourish because people are just shoving food down their mouths all the time. So you're absolutely right about fasting. It's very healthy. Humans evolved under the conditions where they didn't have food all the damn time. It was a struggle to get food. They couldn't just pull through the drive-through or go to the fridge or go sit down at a restaurant or roll through the grocery store aisle. It's just, we're designed to do some fasting. It is. Actually, there was an interesting study with rodents about that. They took these rodents and they gave them sugar water, got them addicted to it, and then they gave them cocaine water and got them addicted to that. And they then gave the rodents a choice between the cocaine and the sugar, and those little shits chose the sugar over cocaine. Now, if that don't say anything. Just, yes, it is. LOL. I was heading for a liver transplant. No joke. Started fasting. Gave your liver a fucking break, right? Exactly. I say pop 2, not soda. Oh, yeah. I never think about it, but some people, because I hear both, so I don't ever think about it. But some people, when they hear one, they that's strange. Hey, Stevie B. Thanks for dropping in.
Sorry, I couldn't find Stevie B in your music.
What the heck is this? Okay, something popped up there. I don't know what it was. Everybody's saying hi to Stevie. Hey, Iron Dogger, what are you doing? It's an after WTF live after show, I guess, sort of. After that show, I wasn't really tired, and a lot of people were throwing questions down, but Vogues was trying to shut it down. So I was like, well, maybe I'll go live and see if anybody wants to come over, and maybe we'll talk about it a little bit. That was a pretty interesting show. Oh, thanks, yeah, here I am. Been one or two people pushing me to do it for a while. Actually, I've been playing around with getting on YouTube for, I think, since the very beginning of YouTube, which I think was 2005. but it just kind of never did it, you know. But I finally started. It's still Thursday here for 5 minutes. Must be over. Oh yeah, you're in Alaska. Eat once a day with a 2 hour window. The benefits are amazing. Yeah, yeah. Even if people didn't go to all meat, um, if they would do that, it would be helpful. The problem is if they eat carbs, you have that hormonal response making you more hungry. So you know it's hard. Now there's other reasons why people get hungry at certain times. The body plans ahead. Like if you eat every morning um, at 6 a.m., for months, um, even if you're not actually truly hungry, your body creates a hunger response at 6 a.m. It's just anticipating. It just does things like that. You got this internal clock. So if you don't eat at 6 a.m. for a few days or a few weeks, that hunger response will stop happening. Like I have no hunger response in the morning anymore, and even if I eat carbs, I know I shouldn't, but even if I do, I still don't really get any hunger response outside of my normal eating time. So it's partly training, but a lot of people could benefit from that. Eat once a day. Um, um, Unless you're really trying to pack on the muscle, but you gotta be careful with that. You can still mess up your system. Well, yeah, I don't know how to counteract that, Mr. Lee. What's not a good one? You went to Fiji thinking a healthy lifestyle would do the trick. Yeah. Well, I mean, all this stuff may not work for everybody. I mean, if your condition's bad enough, it may not work. But thanks, Iron Dogger. I don't know if he wants one of them Chinese livers. I mean, I'd be asking, did y'all like abduct and kill this person? I mean, you really don't know coming out of there. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Schrodinger's cat entirely applies, but maybe. I don't know. Bigfoot is both there and not there, I guess. Oh, it's still early for you. It is 3 a.m. here. How did it end up being 3 a.m.? Fish and chips, huh? Oh, the idea about starving cancer? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not a doctor. um, I'm just saying what I would do. But it kind of depends on the kind of cancer too, I think. And I mean, it depends on a lot of things. I mean, not everybody's going to be able to do it that way. So everybody should do their own research and take those risks. That's their risk to take. But I've just gotten where I don't trust the doctors to such an extent that I'm going to have to be about half dead before I ever go to a doctor again. People at work say I graze all day. I pack my food to try and stay away from all the junk machines. Yeah, they make it so easy to get the worst crap. I mean, I guess as far as snack foods go, I mean, jerky is a pretty good option. But you can get tired of jerky. I am some of the time. 4 a.m. Friday morning. Our dogger says, I don't know how he was trying to make that connection. I was lost. Was hanging out with my mom watching scary movies. Yeah. Well, he's brand new to the subject, I guess. So maybe, you know, he's just grabbing whatever he can. Um, it was spur of the moment. I mean, he probably didn't know he was going to be in a Bigfoot debate tonight, or last night, I guess, at this point. So, he needs, once he's had time to think about it, maybe he actually looks at some things, and because like with the Patterson Gimlin film, he's still he's thinking, well, this could have been hoax, but the idea that it could have been hoax has been addressed, and I think most people that put some thought into it would say that it is extremely unlikely that they made that. Yeah, I mean, man, they had to have made a really good costume, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Lee. That's the exact opposite. I mean, I could almost see like the cheese and cream. I mean, because at some point, somebody. I mean, put yourself in a Paleolithic man's place. For all of human existence, the only thing we've done with animals is kill them and eat them. Somebody had to look at a cow at some point and say, hey, we can suck the milk out of that thing's tits. I mean, there had to have been, that was something somebody thought of at some point when it wasn't normal. Now it's normal to us, but you kind of got to put yourself in the mindset of someone who's never even heard of such a thing before. Like, we kick the kids off the tit, when they're, no adult person was ever designed to drink milk at all. But somebody thought that was a good idea at some point. And so hypothetically, we shouldn't be really designed to consume dairy products, but we know that some population groups handle dairy better than others, so there's been some adaptation, presumably because we were the groups that started doing that, whereas the other ones really didn't until later. Maybe it was introduced or whatever. But that being said, I love cheese. I ain't giving up dairy products. Yeah, total opposite. What the movies y'all were watching? Mark says, my doctor told me to stop eating fatty. I said, what, meats and stuff? He said, no, just stop eating fatty. Yeah, what the hell does that mean? I mean, you can go buy some low fat Little Debbie's, I think, can't you? Some low fat chips. I mean, you can eat low fat all day, but if you're eating the carbs, that's what's making people fat. So, still not going to do much for you. Plus, you need the fats. There's fat soluble vitamins. You just need the fats. And Steve B says, thank you, our dogger. I'm laid up in bed for 3 days. Three more days. Or a few more days. All watched out. Lockbeard, so funny. I say that all the time. We are the only mammals drinking. Other mammals, well, yeah. I mean, there's 2 levels of that's not fucking right. And the funny thing is if I said I wanted some human milk, that would be looked at as being strange. But it's perfectly normal for me to drink milk from another animal, and which is not designed for our species at any point in development. Cheese and cheesecake, Mr. Lee. Cheesecake is my downfall. I mean, I haven't had any in a long time. And I never liked the damn graham cracker crust. The graham cracker crust ruined it. So I got in the habit of, I'd go buy, because you can buy the tub of, like, it's like the Philadelphia cream cheese brand, but it's a tub of cream or cheesecake filling. So you just, it's pre-made. So you just go put it in the freaking crust. Well, I ain't going to put it in the crust. I just took the tub, got a spoon, and eat the whole damn thing in one sitting. Hope you get to feeling better soon, our dogger says. Oh, the doctor called you fatty. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't picking it up. Milk is full of growth hormones. Yeah, I mean, and that's like for people like around the gym, everyone's getting those expensive protein powders. I'm like, well, I mean, babies grow pretty fast. They're drinking pure concentrated growth juice. I mean, I guess technically it's pussy sweat because I think it's generally thought that the mammary glands are a modified sweat gland, but y'all ain't ever gonna drink milk after this. But I mean, if you want to put on some growth, drink something that's made for growing shit, right? Mark Dahman, hey fatty. Oh man. Bobby Amps says praying for you to feel better. Don't get you started on a cheesecake. Oh yeah. Like I'd get that tub of cheesecake filling in a spoon and then some chocolate syrup and put some chocolate syrup on it. Oh, it was obscene is what it was. Obscene. But I haven't done that in a very long time because it'll mess my blood sugar up. It's too much sugar in it. If they'd make it with some stevia or something, I guess I could try to make it myself. But I don't. I don't even have a kitchen. Closest thing. I mean, unless you call that campfire over there with that cast iron griddle and the spatula hanging on the tree. That's about as much kitchen as I want. See, now you're thinking about it. You're probably gonna go get you a tub of that cheesecake filling. Steve D says, "Iron Dodger, thank you. I'm working on it, trying to get my energy back. It's not working so good yet, but I will be there eventually. I hope so." No, I ain't need no. No. I don't think you're supposed to eat on your live streams anyway. Cast iron, best cookware ever. Yeah, I was gonna get like a cast iron skillet for that. Cause I wanted something to kind of, cause I live the van life, it needs to be, you know, things can't be too bold. Anyway, I found that at a garage sale, and I bet that thing costs a lot more money what I got it for. But it's like a rectangular griddle, and on one side it has the bars, the grills, but on the other side it's flat. And like for $5, they were willing to go for $5 as cast iron, and so I throw that on top of have a couple cinder blocks and put the fire on, and I cook whatever the hell I want on that. Fried bacon, sausage, just whatever. But I got it's got handles on it, so I hang it on the tree, so I can go and scrape it off, throw it back on the fire, and does the job. But it's flat, so I've been keeping it inside the van, but I think I'm gonna figure out a way to hang it on the freaking spare tire on the back or something. Pumpkin cheesecake. I've had some of that, like that pumpkin pie with the cheesecake, but I'm not a big fan of pumpkin pie though. But I'll eat it. Yeah, yeah, it's been great because I don't want to go in the damn house. My brother's house is here, and they got Very nice kitchen. But I've gotten really used to never going in the house, anybody's house, really. Um, I mean, I'm outside all the time. Fan doors are open. Y'all can probably hear the crickets or cicadas. Fresh air. Yeah, Iron Dogger, that was a pretty unique show, I think, because usually the guest is always someone who's already interested in Bigfoot or involved. But this guy just shows up because YouTube keeps harassing him with notifications of a channel that just has a WTF in it, like his does, I guess. So he had no idea he was walking into uh, a spirited debate with Pat. But there he was, and getting exposed to um, yeah, the Bigfoot community. And so, like, some people said they wanted to kick him in the nards, but because he wasn't, which I think is good. He doesn't need to just jump right on. You know, he needs to, hey, I need the actual evidence, and that's all he was saying. So it's going to take time. If he's someone that doesn't really think about this subject, it's going to take time for him to kind of absorb it and see some of the things that leads many of us to believe that there's Sasquatches out there. And you know, he had zero prep time. Oops. Moggs, I love the man. 3PO says. Iron Dogger says, oh, that's funny. I look forward to watching it. Moggs handles those things well. Yeah. He was just kind of chilling for the most part. But it was Pat. Pat took him on. Oops, okay. There we go. Now I have to go back and watch. Yeah, it was yeah, I mean, because I can't think of any Bigfoot live stream or show that has had a guest on that was completely new to the subject. Like, you know, he just showed up because he kept getting a notification. He said he finally subscribed because I guess he might as well or whatever, because he's going to get the notifications anyway. Because he wasn't subscribed. YouTube just kept suggesting, I guess, because of the name. So that was probably one of the that was a very unique guest for a Bigfoot show. Mr. Lee, yeah, Mr. Lee says Dogger. He does, yes. Our Dogger says Moggs is so cool and has such an awesome vibe. Yeah, yeah. Mr. Lee, laid back vibes. Yep. Steve B says Mr. Lee spent the week with Russ and knew him before and is truly one of my best friends. Love him too. Well, it's 3:25 in the morning. I probably should wrap this up. Our daughter says because of the what the fuck. That's awesome. His spontaneous guests seem to be so interesting too. Yeah. I'm not even sure. Did he even know it was a Bigfoot show when he just jumped in the live stream? Pyromac, almost as fun as watching the Digger and Bigfoot and on. Oh man, Bigfoot and on. Yeah. They better be glad I'm not going to that squatch out thing. I would totally set a globe right in the center of camp. Oh man. Dang autocorrect. Yeah, it's the freaking end of civilization right there. One of these days, there's going to be such a big misunderstanding because of that freaking autocorrect crap that's going to cause like a third world war or some shit. There's going to be nukes flying. There was a really good chance that was going to happen for the last presidency. But he wasn't going to need autocorrect, I thought, but sadly, we had world peace. What the hell? Very disappointing. Can't wait to meet you too, Mr. E. He definitely considers you his best friend too. Yeah, you call him your little brother? Well, has anybody got anything else to... I don't even know. Bigfoot and on. That flat earth stuff is just crazy. I mean, I think some people actually believe it, but a lot of those people got to be just trolling. They got to be. How could they possibly adopt this idea? I mean, it's pretty easy to observe, really. But like I was bringing up, distance and how because if the sun is only, I think they think it's like just a few thousand miles up overhead at noon. Well, if it's over on the horizon, it's out over the Pacific Ocean, right? Well, it's many thousands of miles further away, so it's going to appear much smaller to the eye over close to the horizon, but it doesn't. It's because of the great distance, and so the difference is not significant. You're not going to see it. I was like, that's readily observable right there. And then, not to mention the fact that you can watch it go below the horizon. It doesn't go into the distance, but man, they threw out some crazy shit. I can't even begin to. I was like, basically, you can't give them actual observations as evidence because they say that what you see isn't what's really going on. somehow me seeing that sun go down below the horizon is not what's going on. There's some trick going on. I'm like, what? You're in full scale advertising mode for that, aren't you? I commented, it is always fun watching someone cruise through life doing the upward spiraling pigtail, says Pyromed. Mark's got to cut out. Thanks, Lockbeard. Great show. Thank you, Mark, for coming. I'm probably going to cut her off here pretty quick myself. Lockbeard, I thought that too, but no. They are fully vested in the flat Earth belief. It's just, I don't even know it's crazy. Yep, got to pay the bills in a couple hours. Yeah, I hear that. Stevie B, I know, I feel blessed and honored. Iron Dogger. He's okay. What I find absolutely intriguing is how many flat earthers believe in astrology. Yeah, that's yeah, what the hell? Night, Mark Carter. Yeah, I don't even know if I would want to. Somebody else needs to. You should handle him, Iron Dog. Debate him or. But I think it'd be a waste of time though, because no matter what you say, it's not going to be accepted as evidence. It's a belief, and they'll latch on to whatever sounds like it makes sense for that belief. I mean, it's just so it was just like a lot of the Bigfoot people, whatever supports the belief that they want, that's what they're going to listen to and twist it to mean what they want it to mean. Yeah, Mr. Lee. Yeah. Poor Mogs. He was like, what the fuck is happening? But he wasn't nodding, saying sure. Yeah, I mean, because Bigfoot and On goes on some shows, and they're all about it, and they're like, yeah. But Mogs wasn't. He was like, no. And our dogger went after him. I'm gonna go watch now. Have a great day, everyone. You too, Stevie B. I wish they would all just put their money where their mouth is and go to Antarctica, actually, go to the South Pole, follow your compass, see that it's not, because they were trying to say it was like a ceremonial play, like it wasn't actually a South Pole, it was just something that was created to uphold the global scam, I guess, that it oh my gosh. You leaving, Iron Dogger? So you have a good night. Mr. Lee, I think we have to wrap it up. Probably see you in one of the other live streams. Um, who's tomorrow? Like Squatch Talk's going to be on tomorrow night. Let me pull up the TV guide. I'm sure you could see it. Like, I can't see anything hardly right now. But yeah, Squash Talk's going to be on tomorrow night, so I might see you there. I'm going to put the link here. In case anybody wants it. There's a bunch of other shows on tomorrow night too, but I'm sure I'll be at Squatch Talk. Iron Dogger says, well, they make the claim that pilots would have to tilt down. I know. Pilots would have to tilt down at a certain level to go around, yet fail to acknowledge they would have to turn on their model. They don't seem to understand what down is on a globe, and like when he said, because it's a constant as you're traveling, it's a constantly changing vector as you're traveling across it. So you're actually remaining level, even though it's not flat. It's curved, So, but he says something like, water can't flow uphill in regards to the Nile, which flows north. So, in the mind of these people, I guess north is up in the globe. Like they can't shift from. There's only, to them on the flat Earth model, there's only one vector for up, but on the globe model, it's always changing depending on where you are on the Earth. It's always a different vector, and so I don't know. It's like, and because I mentioned I think in last Saturday, I think about as a student, I took quite a bit of geography in college too. It's a very cool subject, very interesting stuff, and that I wonder how much it would blow a flat earther's mind if I took the globe, turned it upside down, South Pole up, and told them this is an equally accurate way to represent the world as the globe is when North is facing up, because it is. We just traditionally always like to have north up because that's just how we are traditionally. That's what we did. But that globe could be oriented with the South Pole up and be perfectly accurate. We could turn all the names of the countries around on our maps and stuff, and it would be it's the same map. It's just that we traditionally put north up, and so, but that he thinks the Nile can't flow north because that's up. North is up. North is not up. It's just I don't. How do you explain that? I mean, does he really think that? I just It's so strange. No, thank you, Iron Dogger. How do you explain how all the other planets are around? Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I think because they different ones say different stuff. Like I think he thought the moon was plasma. I was like, well, I was observing the moon recently when it was at a quarter, and you could see the shadows, along the sides of the craters, because the light's coming from that direction from the moon's perspective, and you can see them, and they're always there. Like, how is it a ball of plasma, or maybe it's not a ball to them? I don't know, but it's just I I can't even begin to understand the mindset. You want a fun ride? Check out the Mud Flood. You are so very welcome. No, I have. Yeah, those people are batshit crazy. Because he brought it up. He was on my live stream on Saturday in the chat. He brought up Mud Flood. I think it was him. Yeah, yeah, it was him. I told him flat out, the Mud Flood people, they have to know that that's crap they're spinning is bullshit. And I said, I think they're liars. I think they're just straight up lying. They're selling their bullshit, and they say enough things that make me think they do have some scientific understanding, but that they're twisting it to mean this bunch of bullshit over here. And it appears to me they know damn good and well that they're spinning a ball of bullshit, but it's fucking crazy. No, 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 no. I don't want to. No, it's just I can't. I can't. I'll have a stroke. The one where they think the moon is a reflection. The moon itself is a reflection of the Earth in one of the craters, or did they say that there is a reflection of the Earth in one of the craters on the moon? I mean, that would be. That would be the least crazy thing they said if they said the Earth's reflection was visible in a crater on the moon, because of what I think the moon actually is. But I don't think that's possible with all the dirt and dust on the surface. But the moon's cheese, yeah, moon's cheese. Yes, yes, yes. LOL. No, because I think it would be an exercise in futility. There's no way, no matter how sensible your logic is, no matter what evidence you present, that every encounter I've had with flat earthers, they are not going to change their mind. It's just they're just not. I mean, so unless you like arguing with them for fun, it's a completely pointless endeavor. You would like to hear a flat earther speak? They're all over YouTube. If you want to hear them, I just this point, I wish they would just disappear. I mean, because on my live stream, I said I think that if they teach children, if flat earthers are out there teaching kids the earth is flat, they're sabotaging the education of a child. And that to me is a crime. It's just absolutely wrong. It's a horrendous thing. And since kids have access to the internet, I'm sure there's a lot of kids getting infected with this absolute insanity. And that like they can believe, adults that they want to believe that crap they can, but if they're infecting the minds of kids with this nonsense, that's not acceptable to me. Now, now, if they could demonstrate that, that would be cool. Um, the reason, the reason why that would be remote, that reason why that would be the least crazy thing to me to come out of a flat earther. Well, now they probably have a different explanation for it, but the reason is because there's some issues with the moon. Um, what the density issue and there was high titanium levels in lunar samples and the Apollo mission crashing the lander into the moon and it ringing like a bell and the craters being way too shallow for how wide they are. Um, all would seem to indicate it's not like a normal moon. Like it seems like it's a possibility that it's a hollow titanium sphere, which seems crazy, I know, but you put all that stuff together and so is it possible it is a metal sphere that was constructed by somebody in the past and has since been impacted and covered in rocks and stuff. And then now, if that's what it is, then it's not so fantastic that at the bottom of a crater might reflect an image of the Earth. But I'm not married to that whole thing. But those are some interesting um, things there. But of course, flat earthers don't believe the moon's an actual thing. I thought so. Uh, all a plasma, or the guy on SOR last night said it might be a hologram. So yeah, yeah, yeah. It's another one of those things. It's a sabotage of a people. If you're sabotaging the education of their children, you're a threat to their society. And I kind of talked about a little bit how, on the one hand, I have a feeling that such threats should be met with severe consequences. But on the other hand, it's a slippery slope. It's scary, because where do you go? Where humans aren't always able to be sensible about stuff. So we might start out stomping out flat Earth, and then we end up, you know, well, things can get wild, right? Witch trials, inquisitions, crusades, holy wars. Um, but on the other hand, do we let them say what they want to say? And it's free speech. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Eotera. I think it's a possibility. I mean, you know, so that's what one of the things I say to flat earthers sometimes when I do encounter them is you know, you guys are missing out on a whole different cool potential idea of a hollow moon with possibly there's people inside it. Um, some people think aliens, but y'all are totally missing out on that because you want the Earth to be flat and the moon's just a hologram or a ball of plasma or something. Um, I mean, some people tried to explain away the ringing like a bell from the Apollo mission and stuff like that, but I mean, you add that to the shallow craters and the density issue and the titanium in the samples. I mean, it starts adding up to it's not a natural satellite; it's actually a hollow space station or ship or something that somebody put there. And now things are now see that's pretty interesting. But flat earthers are missing out on that because they don't believe the moon is actually there. What makes you know that? Well, we don't know it, Mr. Lee 3PO, but there's because like the Apollo mission where they dropped the lander or something on the moon and they had seismic monitors and it rang like a bell for a very long period of time. You know, if it's a hollow titanium sphere, well, that would seem to support why it would do that. The high titanium in the surface sampling of the moon. I mean, this isn't conclusive, but it's interesting. If that's just a chunk of rock, there's some weird stuff about it. Hey, what's going on? Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group. Yeah, you just got here in time. We were kind of working up I've been on here for gosh 3.5 hours or almost 4 hours. Pyromedic says Carl Sagan says it was formed at the same time as the Earth and is a big chunk that split from us and was captured in our gravity. Yeah, I know, but I think Carl Sagan might have been wrong. An Arab even submitted a thesis on flat Earth. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Aotearoa says, we know it's hollow, and we also know of structures on its surface. They created a satellite. They crashed the satellite into it, and it rang like a bell for hours. And the size is too perfect, and they still don't know how it got there. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I mean, it could be just coincidence, but for the size of the moon, you know, I mean, it could have been any size, right? And then, like, for the size it is, its distance from the Earth is just right to perfectly eclipse the sun. So there's some thought but that's that really doesn't prove anything, but it's interesting combined with the titanium samples, the shallow craters, the density, and the ringing like a bell thing. So, yeah. That's probably as good a theory as any at this point. Yeah, it might as well be green cheese at this point. I mean, you had the guy last night saying it was a hologram, and then the flat earthers over here saying it's plasma or something. David Icke has, or Ike, I can't remember how he pronounces it, has controversial as he is, has a lot of information about the moon as a satellite. He talked to him this really, yeah. I mean, then we have to ask some really good questions about who put it there. So I don't believe for a second that some aliens, like, if that's constructed, there's a lot of resources and time that went into, so I would be leaning towards it was that ancient, going back to the ancient civilization of humans that was very advanced and may have been space faring, but it's just something that we haven't been told. But looking at the structures they've built that are still there today, that we would have an extremely hard time building, even with our modern civilization. Those people are probably capable of a lot more than we've been led to believe. We were told that slaves cut those stones and dragged them into place and all that nonsense. Now, like I said in the last live stream, or maybe the first one, that the one, in between, what's his nuts with the crazy hair saying everything was aliens on the Ancient Alien show. There, somebody in the show, I can't remember who it was or where it, made the point about the gigantic stones, because we always build everything. We make small stones and build stuff out of small stones. Little bricks, little cinder blocks. We don't cut the biggest fucking stone we can and then build from that. But the point that they made is that why would these ancient people do it that way instead of making smaller stones that are easy to move, unless it was somehow easier for them to do that? So why would it be easier for someone to move a gigantic stone and just cut the one big stone instead of cutting little ones? Why would that be easier? And I think it's that they had a control over gravity myself. Can't prove that, but with the what gravity is, which mainstream science won't tell you what it actually is, because they'll admit they don't actually know what it is. They call it a force, but they don't know what it is. But there's a guy who's made these little simple devices that are able to cancel out a little bit of gravity. They have to be in motion, because the way it all works. But I think that those ancient people probably had a better handle on controlling gravity to some degree. But we're going to need more evidence of that. But what gravity is incoherent magnetism. Which sucks, because the moment you say that, the flat earthers show up, right? Because they think that's, whatever. But they do it all the time. They show up because they think that. Anyway, but it doesn't make the Earth flat. And Ken Wheeler, that's probably a name you'll hear me mention a lot, because he's the only person I know on the whole damn planet who seems to be making serious effort into teaching people about how the universe actually works. It took me years to run across someone who saw all the holes in quantum physics and all the bullshit, and because everyone else has bought into the Einstein religion. They think Einstein was Einstein. Look, There are books on Einstein's bullshit, but no one gets told about that. About how all the shit ideas that he stole and some of the crazy shit he wrote, like this bigoted, horrendous shit that he wrote. This dude is not someone who should be venerated. But no one gets told that. We've been told he's this genius. But yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, it's just they haven't told us. They know. They gotta know. They gotta freaking know. I better get back in the chat here. Going way off on a tangent. The odds are astronomical for it being the size it is, and if you wanted to monitor the human race, the moon would be the perfect observation point. But who's monitoring? Is it leftovers, holdovers from the ancient civilization? Maybe they didn't get totally destroyed. Maybe they just kind of been living off to the side. Maybe they're who we think are aliens. You may have heard of what was that Ingo Swann, the remote viewer, and he said he remote viewed the moon or astral projected. There's supposed to be a differentiation. But anyway, he said that when he got there was people there, and they could perceive him, and they told him to get the fuck out. Don't know if it's true, but it's funny. Rang like a bell. How if space is a vacuum? Oh, them flat earthers are going to jump on that one. I guarantee it. Because they're so fixated. They are so fixated on how without a container that the atmosphere is contained on the surface of the earth. I was like, it's gravity, man. It's kind of a big deal. Mr. Lee, I watch Dick and agree with most of what he's saying. People just thought he was a nutter because he said he was the son of Jesus Christ. Well, and he talks about all them freaking reptilians and shit. Some of the stuff, he's just like freaking Alex Jones, man. Sometimes he's got some good stuff to say, and then other times things get really, really wacky. Semantics can replicate the entire galaxy. Proper frequencies applied. What? Semantics. The Aliens on the Moon's great documentary. There are stones that weigh 200 tons that cannot be moved that size a day without modern technology. Yeah, I think they had anti-gravity tech, and I think it was human. I don't think it was alien. That's just, for one, give humans some credit. We've been in this form for many thousands of years. We've been totally capable of having this level of civilization and technology for a very long time. We could have had a dozen different civilizations rise and fall by now. So for people to suggest that there's no way we could have pulled this stuff off by ourselves back then, there had to be aliens. No, there didn't have to be aliens. We could have done it. Iron Dogger says Tesla was so far beyond our comprehension of genius. Yeah, and Ken Wheeler likes to bring up some of the shit that Tesla said about Einstein, like calling him a fuzzy-haired crackpot and stuff. Giants. Oh man, are we going to go down that one today? tonight, this morning. I don't even know when it is. There are monolithic stones that weigh 200 tons. We cannot weigh that. I think I read that one already. Why is this thing jumping around? All lies. They say we cracked anti-gravity in the late 50s. Yeah, I wish there was some way to confirm that, though. The odds are absolutely ridiculous for humans to exist. Yeah, some people say, but then on the other hand, it might be very inevitable too, depending on how you look at it. That's why I think this Tic Tac UAPs are our own military advanced tech. Very possible. Or the remnants of that ancient civilization, maybe. Checking us out. You know, they're just capable of staying out of sight really well and not interacting with us unless they want to. Joe says we don't get taught Cristobal Columba was a murdering. Oh, Christopher Columbus was a murdering bastard either, and we gave him a holiday. Yeah, lots of truths they won't teach in school. Yeah, school's getting to be about worthless anymore. I definitely felt robbed, even by the college level. Like a lot of the stuff that, like, I would have never. There's just so many things. I had to kind of direct my own education because there seems to be certain, like, I'm all about science, but there seems to be certain things where they're wanting to lead us astray. Like, they don't want us to know, I guess, like, to keep power over us. Or, I mean, if the nature reality is what it is, there are certain things that are very powerful. If the majority of the population knew and we were able to work together to maximize our ability to function in it. I mean, it's the possibilities are just unbelievable. But so keeping us in the dark, you know, maybe what helps them maintain power. I don't know. Um, yeah, it's such a big subject. I'm trying to wrap it up. Yeah, they control. Is that what they control the sunrise? Don't believe David Icke. Yeah. At this point, it's the only way I see. Like, people like to talk about, like, you know, if there was need to remove corrupt government, but they have technology at their disposal. Like, there's no way an uprising could truly defeat them. It doesn't matter how many of us they are. They can, you know, they can bomb us with drones, you know, gases. There's just so much they can do that, you know, it don't matter how armed we are. I don't think we could win. Which they probably are. Well, I don't know about that. Interdimensional, they probably are. I did not know that. Direct descendant of Vlad the Impaler, huh? Keep the masses ignorant. That's how you keep them in power. It's all an agenda. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's what I see them doing. You know, everyone was worried about a while back about them colliding particles, and there were some people that were afraid they're going to accidentally create a black hole that's going to suck the Earth up. I'm like, oh no, they actually can't. If you believe mainstream science about how things work, yeah, you might fall for that. But no. I mean, they try to tell us they're bombarding those particles together, but like even the electron, you know, they got people believing there's an actual that now there's something going on, yes, but it's not what they tell you it is. It's I just would love to see a Venus Project world before continuing this chaos by design. What? A Venus Project world. Test number 1, SARS test. Number 2, MERS test. Number 3, COVID-19. Possibly. And number 4. Can't see what that is. Yeah. Number 3. Last year, they showed us videos of people dead in the street overseas. Did anyone see anyone fall dead in the street in the United States? Yeah. I think it was all about money and power. Money and power. Yeah. It actually came up in the chat earlier in someone else's live stream, and someone mentioned Event 201, where it seems that they trained for this. It's just crazy, and you know, I'm trying not to say some of the words around this because YouTube might pull, you know, their shenanigans. I was just completely couldn't believe what I was reading, you know, because it's last year, you know, on the CDC website. I read it. I don't know how many times I read it because I couldn't believe what the fuck I was reading. It said that they basically were telling the doctors that if someone had symptoms that they tell us could be COVID and they die, the doctor can just put COVID on the death certificate without ever testing the patient, just with the COVID test. And of course, I have problems with the COVID test too. But how can you write COVID on the death certificate when you didn't test them to confirm they had COVID? They just had a cough or whatever the symptoms were. Symptoms that could be attributed to a lot of different diseases. How many death certificates like this were added to the statistics that everyone was told to scare them with? I mean, what the fuck just happened? I mean, it looks to me like a tremendous criminal fraud has occurred, and they're getting away with it. Just like the the T word, terrorist. That's what they are. That's what they've done to the country and to the world. Terrorized everyone with this thing, and everything indicates that it was a fraud. Yeah. Well, that was another thing. I need to look up because someone told me flu statistics. So I haven't confirmed this myself, but the flu statistics show that flu deaths dropped dramatically last year. Well, if that's true, I guess that all those people got labeled as the beer bug, right? Um, and then, of course, all cause mortality not rising significantly to indicate that something new was killing people. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how many people. Yeah, I mean, how does that play in? Um, I think they actually, of course, how are we ever going to get anyone to prove anything I'm about to say? But how many people, because they were convinced they were going to get sick, they got sick. They were told there's a plague, you're going to get this, and they, psychosomatic. How many people got sick because of the stress of the whole situation? How many people got sick because they were inside more, not outside, not getting sunlight, not getting fresh air? The people that perpetrated this crime on us killed those people, the ones that died. Maybe that person wouldn't have gotten sick under normal circumstances, but you stressed them out so much that they got sick and they died. So there may be a lot of deaths that were caused by this bullshit. Yeah, that wasn't necessary, especially when it looks like to me not a goddamn thing happened. I, I, everybody say, well, my doctor said, well, your doctor was given a test and told that the test showed. Your doctor didn't design the test. The doctor doesn't know a goddamn thing. They're just doing what they're told. Plus, the hospitals were getting paid a bunch of goddamn money for every patient they got, right? So there's a financial incentive. It's such bullshit. AstraZeneca released its first quarterly earnings, $257 million. That's 4% of its projected revenue this year. The social conditioning is absolutely stunning. You mean how they got about half the nation to wear a face diaper on command, to put it on their kids, and it was found that it could actually cause bacterial problems for people wearing it, kids who weren't even supposed to be getting sick from the thing? Or how about the hypoxia that it caused people with, that were already kind of ill, and they probably killed some people with the mask? And then there was the whole respirator situation. Apparently they were killing people with the respirators too. Yeah, you're probably safer. Cryptids, probably safer. This is why Sasquatch and any other hominin that may have persisted into modern times, along with us, wants to stay as far away from us as possible. Yeah, I mean, they can add it to the list. They were. I mean, they didn't need anything more. I mean, we kill everything. Everything we ever find, we kill it. Humans. I mean, it's a testament to our evolution. I mean, we were a creature that figured out how to kill mastodons, and then we weren't done. We got in a boat and got a harpoon and went out and started killing whales too. We could kill some shit. Like if people think, oh well, why would Bigfoot be afraid of humans? Dude, we kill whales. We are to be feared, and especially with modern weapons. But people before firearms were able to kill whales. Yeah, they scare everybody. Everything's fear mongering. The news, everything's fear mongering. You know, but it's politicized so that everyone jumps on one side or the other based on what party they're in instead of thinking. Just think. Stop worrying about what party you're in. They're both working together to control you. It's classic divide and conquer. That party doesn't give a shit. Neither party does. Those guys all hang out together. They're laughing, working together, acting like they hate each other, but I mean, Mr. Lee says the people are fed up with all this crap in London. Shops, businesses all closed, food banks everywhere now. Many jobs lost. Ghost town. Sad. Yeah. Yeah, they jacked up so much. They killed a bunch of small businesses, which I think was part of their plan. I mean, just be real. They're glad they did that. They did that on purpose. Why is Walmart open? When the small mom and pop stores can't be open, where there's, a lot of them might only have one customer in at a time. Well, it's perfect. Social distancing is happening there, not in fucking Walmart. There's all these people in there. Then they had the freaking toilet paper thing that was way out of hand. It was just nuts. And Bigfoot, and had the Bigfoot causing global flu. What the? Killed Hitler and Bigfoot, and the Bigfoot causing a global flu. I don't know what the hell. I've never heard of this movie. Republican, Democrat, Independent, doesn't matter. Politicians are politicians, and none of them give a fuck about you. Yeah, that's exactly how George Carlin said it. I mean, he had that one rant, which is almost like it wasn't a comedy show anymore because it was like true. It was too real. That's why I liked him though, because he told the damn truth about shit. But he said, that's what he said. He said they don't give a fuck about you. They, red, white, and blue dick being shoved up you every day. Yeah, it's crazy. It's almost like they were trying their best to just cause an uprising, like to piss people off to make them want to fight. Those protests. Those protests were being organized from somewhere. Somebody would, and that thing on the Capitol. All right, who the fuck looked at that freak with the horns on, all dressed like a crazy shit, and believed that he was really part of the Republican crowd, right? Not taking sides of Republicans, I'm just saying. That dude had to be a plant, right? No one could have possibly believed that he was legitimately part of the MAGA crowd. But there he was, right in front. They putting the camera right on him. You know, tell me that wasn't orchestrated. Carlin came to Alaska, and I got to see him perform live, and it was more of a wake-up call than comedy. Yeah, it's too bad he's gone. That would have been the president right there. All bullshit done with George Carlin. There would have been absolutely no more of the bullshit. Or they probably would have offed him though. Lisa Murkowski will oftentimes vote for what is best for Alaska, and now she is being railroaded as a party traitor by reps. Yeah. Yeah. Fall in line. Do what you're told. Well, folks, I need to cut this off. I don't think we solved anything. But it is 4:30 in the morning. So, I'll take it easy. Thanks for coming on the live stream. I'll see y'all later.